Good evening. It's March the 1st of March. Another month and other challenges. Let's start the show. Welcome back. Will be a special week because I'm not streaming on Thursday this week, but I will stream tomorrow again. And that's because on Thursday there is a soccer match that I'm going to attend. So I won't be available on Thursday, but I will be replacing that by tomorrow. Today it's streaming live coding Blazor, my website, and tomorrow again it's streaming Blazor Office add-ins. At least that's what we try, to build an add-in based on Blazor. That's a challenge on its own. But today it's going to work on the website. Let's go to the code window. Where is the code window? There we are. Good evening, Amine Smai. How are you doing? Stepping by today? It's always nice if people step by. I didn't even say good evening in the chat. Oh, yeah, it wants me to log in. I think my session was expired. Let's fix that quickly. And obviously that's off stream again. What is it? Restream. Every week there is a new challenge. That's also what they say in Eastern Europe, I think. Password. Oh, I have to do this. Nice. Check if I'm a robot or not. Stairs, I have to assign stairs. And buses. Throw them under the bus. I don't think there are more buses. Vehicles. How many questions do I get? Crosswalks. I think there are a lot of tests these days to avoid hackers or something. And I can't do it on screen. More cars to identify. I can show you quickly what it is, like this. Where are cars in here? I think there's a car. That looks like a car. More questions, crosswalks. Vehicles. How many of these things do we get today? There we are. So tired, yeah. Me too. I had to work with EDX and ECP. Oh, really? Well, worse things can happen. Let's go to GitHub first. No, don't go to GitHub first. Let's go to Visual Studio. I don't think there's an update this week. Well, there is an update in my code, but not in Visual Studio. The website itself is in software. Soft as in software.com. I don't think we checked in the gear list already because we didn't see it. Let's see if it still works online. That works. I wonder why it's taking this image there. I thought I had a different image there. Nice cards, yes. I think you had some hand in that. The gear list. That's what we are going to focus on this stream. Let's see if we can get some things in the list there. And to do that, I found a tutorial somewhere on Microsoft. If I can select a link, that is. Where is it opening? Oh, there, on the other screen. Copy the link. There's a lot going on other screens today. Interacting data. Let's go. What we want to do is see the database, but it's part of this tutorial. Let's also sign in. I think we did part of this earlier. I have to approve it, I think. Oh no. Okay. Continue. Review the architecture. The entity framework core is what we use in the as a database option. The DB context for the EF core provider, and the database provider, that's SQLite, and that interacts with some DB sets. Manage database schemes. Get started. Which class provides a base set of operations to configure and interact with your database? Is it A, SQL connection? Is it B, DB context? Or C, concurrent dictionary? Well, let me know. I think it's DB context. Right. You were right. 400 XP. Migrations, that's what we also did the previous one. That's a GitHub repo, but we don't do that because we want to implement it in my website. And hopefully we can do that without going through the code here. Wire up a model and DB context. That's what we did as well. Create and run a migration that creates a database with the initial create command. And inspect the database. This is, by the way, I think it's in Visual Studio Code by an extension on DB. What is it? SQLite. I don't think there's. I'm not sure if there's an extension for Visual Studio. Let's have a look. Oh, SQLite. SQLite, SQL Server Compact Toolbox extension for Visual Studio. This extension adds several features to help your embedded database. What's more? Scripting of tables and data. import SQL Server and CVS, and much more. 1 million, over 1 million installs. Let's download it. Let's have a look. When VStudio is closed, so we have to close VStudio again. In the meantime, we can go through. Oh, we have to approve it, I think. That takes a long time just to initialize. Let's go over this one. There's the model with some sauce on the pizza. Toppings for the pizza. More toppings. Revision. So that's making the change to the database. Refreshing it. Check your knowledge. In an entity class, what is the property naming convention for a primary key? Is that A, key or entity name key? Is it ID or entity name ID? Or is it entity name? 10 seconds to go. Oh. A, B or C? 1, 2 or 3? Let me guess, I think it's ID. Yay! Now, CRUD models, methods. Create, read, update and delete methods. On a service, pizza service. And that's collecting an IEnumerable of pizza, get all. We get this from the API, I think. Get by ID, that's also an option to put on the API. Create a new one. Update the sauce on the pizza. Add topping, delete, database seeding. This is the part where what I'm looking for. You coded the CRUD operations for pizza servers, but it will be easier to test the read operation if there's good data in the database. Let's modify the app to seed the database on start app. Be careful using the database seeding strategy in distributed environments, as it doesn't account for race conditions. Yeah, if you are in distributed environments, then that might be risky. On the other hand, you might question who is using that in distributed environments. Well, mine is not distributed. Oh, why this did not finish it? Now we have to wait for that again. This will create a static class called DB initializer with the DB context, and it checked if there is something in the database already. If that's the case, then it just simply returns. Otherwise, it will create some toppings over here and a couple of sauces and a few pizzas, and it will put it into the database. I think what's add range. Add range. The pizza objects and their sauce and topping navigation properties are added to the object graph with add range. data folder, add a new file named extensions. Add the following code: data extension CS C# file. Name Contoso Pizza data namespace. Extensions class, and the extensions class is create a database if it not exists. And this injects the iHost, so I'm not sure how that's done in Blazor, because we have to inject that. Program CS replace, add the create db not exist method call on the app thingy. Suppose you want to write a read-only query. How do you indicate the entity framework that the object graph change tracking is unnecessary? Set the entity state to unchanged. Change the toList async method to call the link query or fluent method chain, or change the ask change the as no tracking method to call the entity object. I don't know, I didn't read it, but I think it should be set the entity state to unchanged, maybe. State. That's not a thing. As no tracking. There it is, as no tracking. toList. Get by ID. So let's check what. Oh, was it finished already? Yes. Close. As no tracking. Entity framework. Tracking versus no tracking queries. Tracking queries, by default queries that return entity types are tracking, which means that you can make changes to those entity instances and have those changes persisted by save changes. In the following example, the change to the bloc's rating will be detected and persisted in the database during save changes, where in this case it will set block to 5. If you're using no tracking queries, no tracking queries are useful when the results are used in a read-only scenario. They are quicker to execute because there's no need to set up the change tracking information if you don't need to update the entities retrieved from the database. Then no tracking query should be used. You can swap an individual query to be no tracking. No tracking query will also give you results based on what is in the database, disregarding any local changes or added entities. You can also change the default tracking behavior at the context instance level. Okay, so if you just want to show things, where did you go away? mean, the SMI is saying that he's back. Let's have a look at this over here. Database seeding. Open Visual Studio. I had to call my parents. It's hard to be alone in a foreign country. That's true. Well, I can't speak from experience. Living in my home country. But I can imagine, especially these days with very strange things going on in the world. Not sure what's happening, but 2022 is a really strange year. What is it? Year of Dragon or something? '22 year of the tiger. Year of the tiger. Those born in this year are said to have interpersonal relationships and to be very family oriented. The last water tiger year was 1962. Your Chinese zodiac. The zodiac sign tiger is a symbol of strength, exercising evils, and braveness. Yeah, I think that's matching this, what's happening. I didn't pass the acceptance tests. Oh, really? Go in here. The data is from the API. On the API there are some options. I think I disabled most of the API interfaces because we only want to read. So the only thing that I have in here is in this one. That's getting this is getting the videos, and I'm going to get the gear list, and this is saying the database context, gear list to list async, and according to the demo you should do the read only option. Has no tracking. Is that on the gear list? As no tracking, there is. And it's a method. So this will return a read-only list. Interesting, so already learned one thing today, as no tracking. Spilling my water all over the place. Let's go into the seeding part here. In the data folder, add a new file, db initializer cs. Add new item class, I think. DB initializer. Oh, that's not what I planned to do. Let's see if we can put it a little bit side by side. This is the data thing, namespace, using the models, using, we can do it the other way around. Public static should be static in this case, static class DB initializer, and it would be public static void initialize. Then we need a DB context. Let's see if we have the DB context somewhere. Here DB context, that's in the models, I think. No. Was this initialized in the API? Where's the context created? Five references. There's a create. Snapshot. There's also migration. There, program. Where is it? Here, DB. There it is. DB context. Context database ensure created. Is that the default thing? It shows that the database for the context exists. That's interesting, but we already are sure of that. And then if I do need to make this smaller to be able to read the demo there. save the context. Gear, get gear list, gear list. And we don't have any toppings. So if it already has information, otherwise it would seed it. New array of gear items. Is it gear items? Let me check. Gear item. New gear item. What do we have in there? I don't think we need the ID. I think it will be automatically done. No. Name equals to something. Description. That should be a comma at the end. Description. Equals to something. URL equals to something. Short URL equals to something. And the image equals to something as well. That's one. And we have to do that a couple of times. Then at the end we need to save the changes. That should terminate it. Then context, save changes. What's this add range thing? Pizza objects and their sauce and topping navigation properties are added to the object graph with add range. Add range. Begins tracking the given entities and any other reachable entities that are not already being tracked in the added state, such that it will be inserted to the database when save changes is called. Begins tracking the given entities and other reachable entities. So is that only needed when we have a relation? That's the same thing. We have a normal explanation. Change tracking features. Add or add async, that's also an option. Let's check if that's needed. Context, gear list, add range, gear items. Oh, that's needed because you have to put the items in here into the gear list. So now I have to put in some names there. Elgato lights, for instance. And what do we have more? Elgato Camlink. I think we have more Elgato stuff. Lights. Stream Deck. These are actually all items that I have in place there. My lights, Stream Deck. The cam link is behind in the computer. And we have a Corsair. Well, at the Bose Quiet Comfort 25 headset over here. Let's have a look for the first one. Elgato lights. We have a link for that. Copy. We have a short link. And we don't have an image. put a fake image there for starters. Elgato cam link. There. We have a link for that. And the shortcut. Copy. It's annoying that it puts an enter at the end of the URL. Stream Deck. Copy. And a short link. No image yet. The headset. Copy. And the short one. In there. Let's kill the last one. Yeah. I wonder why instead of putting a squiggly over there, it's putting a squiggly on the namespace. Data folder, add a new file name extensions CS. New item, class. Public. This should be an extension class. Public static class extensions. Using var scope. And this is a challenge, I think. Equals to host. No, that's not right. I'm missing something here. Public static void create db if not exists. This I host. That exists apparently. Host. Using the scope. Host. Services. Create scope. What's up? Meet what 787. Oh, scope T, scope T, scope. We're trying to add some seeding of the database for services equals to scope service provider. For context equals to services get required Something's not right. Yeah, that's because this should be a method. Required. Get required service of the DB gear context. Is this still C#? Yes, it is. What do you mean with still? Meet what, 787? Did we change? Ensure created. This is actually entity framework core db initializer dot initialize context. This will call the other one bracket 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 bracket. There it is. Save. Create DB if not exists is defined as an extension of iHost, reference to pizza context, in our case gear DB context is created. Ensure created ensures that the database exists. Ensure created creates a new database. If one does not exist, the new database is not configured for migrations, so use with caution. Interesting. DB initialize method is called by passing the DB context. In program CS, replace something like this, and that should be in program in apps. Yeah, programs CS. Build Swagger. If statements like that are exclusive to C#. Why? Like this? No, that's not exclusive to C#. It's also to be used in C++, and you also have it in VB.net, I think, but then it's like with a capital, something like that. And then you have if something, then, and if. I think that's VB.net. I think most languages have something like that in place. Even JavaScript, I think. If else in JavaScript. See, it looks exactly the same. The only difference that usually, and that's has no effect at all, that in JavaScript you used to put the brackets on the same line. And in C#, at least I'm used to putting it on a new line. But there are people, I won't name names, but they stream under the name of one lion, who are putting in C#, even in C#, the brackets on the same line. It saves you one line in space, so some people prefer that. That's a tribal discussion, I think, if even if you use spaces or tabs. Tabs or spaces, that's also yeah, there's a war around that for people deciding spaces or tabs. Same thing goes for putting a thing on a new line or not. I think if you Google for VB and if, see, that's with capital I and capital E, and then they put it up, and then at the end, if you have an else, then you get a then after the if condition. And you have, I think Pascal also has the if construction. Pascal if. That looks a little bit like VB is also. If then, no brackets around it. Yeah, so most languages have an if construction. Where were we? Yeah, adding the thing to the app program. That's one. Where do we put this? Somewhere. Just before running it, maybe. Let's have a look at the GitHub repo. Console write line. I'm out of depth. Lol. Out of my depth. Yeah. Console write line. That's C# as well, I think. Or if you have JavaScript, you do the console write with the lower thingy. Are you a programmer? Learning to program, maybe? For work? For school? Work, yeah. So is it learning and working in the same place? Let's search for create DB. Learn to find a better job. Okay, yeah. I think we need to build it to get the extension class visible. What I was saying is going back to the repo. Let's see where they put the line there. Back. Where is the repo? Here. Copy. CMD. Make directory. Change directory. Data. Repos. Make directory 2022. 03 already. Third month of the year already. CD 2022 03 01. Let's clone this thing there. CD mslearn code dot Let's find out where they put this line. Contoso Pizza. Program. Oh, that was the right location. Create DB if not in not exist. I should say if not exist. Close that. I said close that. Go to programs here again. Program. Why is this not visible? Because it's not extending the app. I think it needs the data, the using as well. Yeah, this example is not added yet. Let's have a look here. This is the one. But it's in the namespace of this. Let's check if it's in the same namespace in the example. This is the data thing. Extensions. Public static void. See, it is an if not is in. I think we need to bring in the namespace here somewhere. Oh, darn it. Copy the empty line. Using and semicolon. Does that bring in this one now? Yes. So put F9 on that. Let's run this, see what's happened. What happens? Using statement can be simplified. F11. Let's make this a little bit bigger. F10. Oops. It's not created. Why is it not created? Maybe it is created. Let's try to get the gear list. Try it out. Execute. Oh, it is empty, I think. Interesting. So why is the ensure created failing? If the table exists and has any tables, then no action is taken. Then nothing is done. If the database exists but does not have any tables, then entity framework model is used to create a database schema. Go to definition. Let's disable the check for the existing items. Because I think it's already created tables at least. F5. F5. F11. F10. And it creates the array of items. Four items. Looks like it succeeded. Let's check if the gear list is now empty or not. Try it out. Execute. Now we have indeed 1, 2, 3, 4 additional items in the list in the database. Okay, so we need to find out how to start blank. Let's first see if it's bringing something in the page as well. And it is. Elgato lights. Click the link. There you are. Click the image to open expanded view. Save image as. Download. Elgato lights. So that worked. Why is he waving at me? Portable power station. Interesting. That's a small light. I have the big ones. Let's have a look at the second item, cam link. Yeah. Save image as cam link. That's the third item, Stream Deck. Save image as Stream Deck. And the last one, the headset, that's this one. That's called the Bose Quiet Comfort 25. Good, so now we need to do two things. Notepad. One, we should fix the what is the item there? This one, the ensure created thing. Fix ensure created. If database exists but empty, create records. And second would be fancy the database, the output list, on web page. So this is okay. What you need to do is bring in the name of the image. Copy. I got a Stream Deck. JPG, JPEG, JPG, JPEG. I think that's the same discussion as GIF or GIF or whatever. How do you pronounce it in the chat? Is it JPEG or usually this is JPEG, JPG. Who knows? Oh, and we also have this open, I think. We closed the items already. I think we did. Agato. Copy. In here, JPEG. JPG is JPEG for me. That's how I say it, JPEG. I usually also agree with you, JPEG. These days, they use PNG ping files. That's the same discussion as JPG, JPEG, ping, PNG, ping files, JPEG. Camlink, There's a description of Camlink. This will probably fail because there's a slash, forward slash in there. Although there's a forward slash in here as well. Stream Deck. I never knew about PNG ping before doing an HTML tutorial. I think Microsoft was one of the first ones to adopt the ping files, and the reason for that, I think it was due to licensing. I think the PNG was unlicensed or something, free to license, free to use. And at the time, I think the other ones you needed to buy a license to use it. I think Google. Why is that Dutch PNG? License. Does PNG require license? PNG was created as an improved, non-patented replacement as GIF, the GIF graphics interchange format, and most widely used lossless image compression format on the internet. Polymath with a PhD in math, much engineering work exposed. It is a standardized format that requires no license. And let's see if we use GIF. Yes, like any original creative work, GIFs are subject to copyright. The GIFs, or is that the picture itself, or the picture file format? GIF file format. License. There's no indication of license. Graphics. What is it called? Interchange format. Bitmap formatting was developed by a team, something blah blah blah. By a team at the online services provider CompuServe. I think that's a challenge. Released on 1987. And is there a license for that? Unisys stated that they expected major commercial online information service companies employing the LZW patent to license the technology from Unisys. Such licenses were not required to website owners of other GIF users who had used licensed software to generate GIFs. PNG alternatives. There you have it. Yeah, I can't really find if it's the GIF is licensed, but did we copy this already? I think we did. Open file location. Let's copy these pictures. Copy and bring that in here. where should we store the images? We are in the API context, I think. That's interesting, but we put it. We need to put it in the website, in the images folder. Can we paste it in? Yes, we can. So let's quickly go into where's the web page? That's the gear list. Pages, gear, here, page. That's the URL. Now we have to bring in an image as well. Pizza info. Why is this called pizza info? Well, that's interesting. Let's make that gear info. And instead of, we have to bring in an image as well. Image source equals to can we do like gear item image? Let's check this Google HTML image tag. There's the W3 school again. Copy. Alt to make it readable for vision impaired people. I'm not sure if we need to bring in the quotes for that. Girl on the jacket and add some width and height stuff in there. What if we only put the height in there? Will it keep the proportions like 100? Gear image, but it should be I think it should be prefixed with image. Images. See, there it is. And then maybe same thing here. Let's test it. Save. Do we have open? Why is it doing that? Let's rebuild it. Interesting, it's doing it in here, same thing. That's also an option. Three builds, null, non-nullable property. Gear list. Why is this complaining about a gear list? It's not part of this one. Well, let's run it. F5. Oh, we need to do F5 over here. Swagger. Gear. There's no image at all here. Why is there no image? Cards. Background image. Oh. I create a card here. And there's nothing in the images thing. Why not? So the alt is empty. Oh, the alt is also... there's a fault in the alt. Fault in the alt. An error. Let's stop this. Stop this show. Gear page. No, we need the razor page. Where's the razor page? There is the razor page. Alt should be... oh, there is an alt. But this is considered to be empty. Go to definition. 1.7 references. Image, that should be okay. Is it not fill the collector list? The API maybe? In here where we get the list, gear list, to list async, gear list. Let's test this on the API. Let's see if this actually in the API. Swagger, let's try this. Gear list. Try it out. Execute. The image is empty. Our API is failing. Why is the API failing? Where do we go wrong? Gear item. Let's have a look at the model. This is the model. It's a string. So where is it collected then? In the API itself, I think, in here. Why is the API returning an empty image? Strange. To list items, to list async. Should be collected from the website. This is the gear page that should be in here. But it's already failing on Swagger, so it's not added, I think. Image. Why is Swagger failing to bring out the image content? is that empty? Let's stop this again. Oh, I don't know. Oh, you already know. Because this is the first run. I run it the first time without image information and it's not updating it. So I have to drop the table again. Drop table. Can I do that from... Go to this one, go to definition. There, F12. F12. If there's something already in there, I don't have the environment in here, I think. So let's for now do sneak this in. Can we do that? Clear. No. Drop. Entity framework. Core. Drop. Clear table. Database. So no easy way to do that other than running truncate table. Still much faster than an entity framework. Remove all. Remove. Begins tracking the given entity in entity framework state, deleted state. Range. put a break on there, see if that's working for now. Stop debugging, yes. Build succeeded. F5, so this should clear my initial list. Obviously not to be done each time. F5, F5, F10. Save changes. Now it should be empty. And save changes, F5. Let's test this. Try it out. Execute. Now we have images in there. Okay. Go to the website. Gear. 5. Ah, there we have images. Some ugly images. Oh, there's the link. Reset. Seed. Yep, that works. The downside obviously is that you have to put the image URL, in this case in the database, but also as an image in the website. That should be done better, I think, because if either one is missing, then that should fail. Usually what you do, I think, is if you go in here and go to the link there, if I sign in here, let's put that in a secret. Yeah, let's go back on screen. Now we get something like a side stripe thing there. If we have this one, text and image, or just the image, that's giving it a URL. I actually only want the image. Copy that. Notepad. For instance, that looks like this. There we have the image for the 0 source. That's something like this. Why are the 2 in there? Add system. What does this mean? Double slash. Because if I do this, this won't work. Is that related to Amazon.com? No. No, that's not working. Ooh, Casey, meet the dogs of Amazon. Cuties? Cutie pie. So that's not it. In IMG, there's one, there's another one. Do we need all that stuff in there? Copy. That's a black image. That's just a dot, I think. Oh, cancel. Yeah, I think the reason for this is that they just don't want people to just get the image custom. No. Yeah, the risk of adding a link to an image is obviously that the link might fail at some time. That's just text. Choices. Maybe I need to create my own images there for the products. Let's fancy at least the page a little bit. Fancy it up a little bit. Go to my Blazor razor thingy there. Let's close this for now. And bring this back to Comment this out. And oh, that's too much. If there's already data in there, we don't have to create new items there. But let's fancy this a little bit. First, go to the razor page. Now the razor page, I said. This one. So for each item, we want to create a card. Let's bring back the Solution Explorer there. And we do have a card in here already for the videos. Video. Pages. It's a component, I think. No, we only have buttons as components. Let's go to the index page, the YouTube page. Oh, that's... Why is there code in here and not in there? That's interesting. Oh, that's the YouTube. That's if we do something like www.softtestingsoftware/YouTube. This will redirect to the YouTube page and asking you to subscribe, I think. Yeah, cancel. And while we are at it, don't forget to subscribe or follow me on Twitch, where the thing is somewhere there or something there. So that's this page. This will redirecting to the YouTube page. And we are live right now. Subscribe button. Don't forget to subscribe. But that's not what I'm looking for here. The home page. There we have a card deck. And the YouTube show, that's the card, I think. YouTube show. There. So what if we duplicate this? Copy. Paste. I should say paste. And make this a gear card. Then have a look at this. There's the card. You have an image on top. That should be YouTube video. No, not that one. Homepage. That puts in a YouTube video. There's a param. This is the item. There's a YouTube video parameter. So that should be the gear card. It should not be a YouTube video, but that should be... And I should bring that to the code behind as well. parts code behind. That should be a gear item. Truncate. So the image top will be gear item. That will be image. And it will bring in the title name, gear item name, I think. Yes. Then card body. We have a description over here. This should be also the name. Gear item. Gear item. And this will truncate the description again a little bit. We don't have an is on air thingy, or is in the future is not in there. We don't have a show date. And we do have a link here. Something like that. That looks good. Why is this in there? Because it thinks it has a div too much. Yeah, YouTube video does not exist, obviously. That should be gear item. Again, URL. Yeah. There's another one. No, we just need to save it. Gear card. Gear item does not contain a definition for a URL. Okay, let's check that. And that's because it's capitalized. So we should also refactor URL. To do 2022 0301. Just do not lose the information. Dun, dun, dun. That's gonna bring the card into the gear page, like we did in the home page. Copy. For each gear item in gear list, we should make that gear page. And we bring in an gear item. It's not this one. This, no. Gear page, gear item equals to I think we are missing something here. To build it first, maybe. Build element div cannot be nested inside a UL. Yeah, that's this one. We don't want that. Will be something like that. Why is this red? Because something's not right there. Still different if you compare it to this one. There we have your header. Let's have a look at the header here. To match it with the layout of the other pages. If video equals null, videos. Thank you for follow. Ordinary boy, 98. Appreciate it. How are you doing today? Always appreciate it if people follow the stream and try to learn the way I also do. How can I help? I'm not sure if I can help, but I can always try. If gear list, copy. Wow, rounding functions. rounding function, float operator, create delegate, expression get delegate type, from parameter in float operator, get parameters, select parameter, parameter type, concat new. Wow. What's the context of that? Float operator, type of math, get method, commission float operation, new, type of double. Let's copy that. Ceiling. Wow. What is this? Is it JavaScript or C#? What's the context of this? C? C++? C#? Okay. Rounding function. Really, that's a complex thing. Commission float operating ceiling. Wow, there's more. System reflection. That's the error. Parameter count mismatch. Add system reflection, runtime method, invoke, binding page, something. Is that all? There's no indication of add system reflection, runtime method info. Invoke, there's option, binding flags, and binder, object array. Wow, there's more. This is complete, okay. So this should be your main focus. Your parameter count is incorrect. So what you're doing is you put a lot of these things in one line. So that's hard to find which one has the wrong number of parameters. So what I usually do is split this up. So take this this big one there, expression something, and put that on separate lines, but also put the parameter for this one, because I think this is your link query. Put that in a separate thing. Equals to something like that. And the next thing you do something concat. But you first need to do probably also put this one in some new variable. Oh, that's not right. Then you put other thing there. You put something in there, but I think you see what I'm doing. What you need to do is separate all these things into separate lines, and then assemble the big function using all these things that you already handled earlier. By doing so, you can immediately see that maybe this line is already failing. Instead of you have the big one, because the last one is something like for thing 3 equals to something, and that you want to thing 3, you want to bring that to array. You catch my drift? So you have to split all these things, and then in the end you will have the rounding function will be a lot smaller. Like that. And do the same with the next line. And if you do that, you can usually you can already get an error on one of these items, and that allows you to find what your mismatch is. So that's the way I would handle this if I were you. Okay, try doing that, splitting it up in smaller segments, and then assemble the one rounding function. And I think you're doing something with the rounding function later on. The best thing to debug is always go back to minimal code segments, and test each minimal segment to see if it's working or not. Let's see, we have an else. Now we have to bring this one over to the cart. But I think it's already in there. Let's just delete this. I'm Daredevil, deleting all these things. Let's format this and see if it's not formatting. Thanks, hope we can learn from your streams. Well, I learn from you as well. It's a two-way stream usually, because usually you get with topics or subject that I that I'm not aware of, and then I have to find out what it is and how it works. If gear list is not 0, but it's already tested in there, so it's always not null there. So that's what I enjoy the most, if people are interacting with the chat and we can do something together and learn from new things there. Videos, that's not right, because we're not counting videos. That should be gear list. Yeah. Yeah, it's also formatting now. I wonder how this will look like, because the gear card deck is not really matched to show my gear. But let's try it and see how this will arrive on the page. F5. Was it a school assignment, Ordinary Boy 98? I think if you're from 1998, that's no longer a real boy anymore, are you? 22 plus 2, 24. I guess at least that's your year of birth. Did it break? Yes, it was in breakpoint. It's a problem at my daily task, okay? Let's go to here, gear, 5. That's an error. Oh, I did reload it. I did not want to reload it. I wanted to have a look at the page in the background. Console there. Gear page does not have a property matching gear item. Yeah, that's why it was not. I already know what it is, I think. That's the reason why the coloring was different. If you go to the video page, the home page, there you see that this one is bold purple. You work here, Alibaba. No. IR, what is it? IR, is that Iran? Yeah. I didn't know they were also in Iran. Oh, this is, what is it, right to left characters? See, this is right aligned. traffic. So that's something different than the Alibaba from what is it? China. Alibaba. That's the one with all the products. I think this is the holding company for AliExpress. If you go to AliExpress, I think Alibaba. That's the wholesale part of AliExpress. Whatever you're looking for, that's available in here. Are you looking for a heat pack? Something that you put in your neck? Then you can find a manufacturer who is building that. Then you can contact the supplier and order these items. There's a minimum order of 2 pieces in this case. But then if you look at this one, there you need 1,000 pieces. But that's not completely not related to your website, I think. These are more like airline tickets. Like, was this a US site with traveling things on there? Is this targeting your country specifically? Interesting. Yeah. Cool stuff. Where were we? Oh, we were trying to get this list fixed because this one is recognized over here. Go to reference. That's in there, and that's not able to find it for the gear items. So we have to go into the gear page. No, not the gear page. Sorry for this disruption. I need to fix error, so goodbye. Yeah. Thanks for stepping by, and don't hesitate to join next time. And good to see you. Let's go to the gear page there. And this one is not recognized right now. And why is this not recognized? Because that's this one. No. Gear page razor. The thing is that the card thing, let me think, the home page has this one, YouTube show is recognized. So for web pages, YouTube show, gear cards, This one is not visible for some reason in here. This is available. Oh, but it's not a gear page, it's a gear card. Is it? Yeah. Build that. Oh, not pasting it, building it. It's now recognized. Yes, now it's recognized. Let's try that. Oh. Let's see if that's actually something in the list now. We have some items in the list. So go to the page here. Gear. Yeah, okay. And the reason for that is that the image is failing. But at least we have a title there. This is interesting that this is scaling to the full width of the list for some reason. So I need to create images like this in the same scale. F5. Let's have a look at the image link. Point to the image there. Source equals to Elgato Lights, and that's not right. It should be in the images folder. The link should be okay. If I click on the link. Yeah, that's okay. Close this. Go in source code. I have to go to the card, gear card. The image, that should be images. Something like this. Try that. F5. Should remove the brakes by now. F9. F10. Yeah, that will not initialize it anymore. Gear, F5. Oh, okay. Okay. least it's working. I didn't bring in the gear context description. So I need to bring in the size there. Okay. That's the start. Let's go back to the page, the card, gear card. Then the image here should be something like the height equals to, what will we say, 100 pixels? Gear item. To bring in quotes around it. Let's try that. Oh, the scaling is it should not scale it. That's stupid. HTML image. Height. Not scale. So if yeah, that's what so the trick here is that we have to put the auto on the other part. I think. Where's the card? Oh. Card. Gear card. Equals to something like that. The breakpoint again? Yes, another breakpoint. How many breakpoints are there in there? loading the first page. Gear 5. That's even worse. No, it's not worse, it's the same. How do you call that? The aspects of the image? Keep a ratio image HTML. Pixel. Is there a typo in there then? Let's have a look at it. Let's select the image there. Oh, I don't know what this is. The reason it's because of the CSS, I think, is overruling it. Card image, this one, with 100%. Yeah, so I probably need to create a different style there. Let's close this. Let's have a look, because the CSS on this one is the gear card. That's a card there. Card image top. That's probably part of the CSS in there. In here. Card top. Card live, card upcoming. It doesn't look like it. What if I just remove the class there? Google. Card image top. Where is it? There. Card image top. Card gear. Card image, card bottom, card overlay, card bootstrap. Let's take 5 there. Now we have the card top and it's stretching it over the full thing there. Header, footer. Card header. Kind of like this one, but I want to put an image in there. Is this the gear card? Yes, it's the gear card. Oh. Where did it go? There. Copy. Image caps. Card image. Image overlay. That's putting it over full size. I just want to put a central thing in there. Where's my code? There. Bring that in. Card text center. I want to bring that in as well. Card header. Do we need a card header? Don't think so. Card body. In the body we want to put the image. And that won't be a class. Just a plain image. Then the card title. This one. Then the description. This one. Card text, text small, truncating. In this case it's a paragraph. And then that's a link. Copy. Go to gear item. copy. Let's see what that looks like. Footer. What if we put this in the footer? I think that would be nice. Let's comment this out. Let's see what that looks like. 5. I think there's still one break in the code. Oh, it's breaking. No, it's not breaking. There we are, gear. 5. That looks a lot better already. Cool. Yep. What's that? That was not nice to do. Okay, so that's already a lot nicer. So let's bring in some more items in the seed item. In here. And for now, clear that again. Oh. Copy a few more. Let's get rid of the last comma there. Why is it not aligning? Is it still running? No. Oh, it is. It did fix it. No, it did not fix it. Not sure why not, but let's bring a few more items in there. Copy that long one. And the short one. Maybe could we do something like no, we cannot do that. I want to basically use the same name as this. Let's prep this one first. cleaning the item so that we have an empty one. Then copy this. I already have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in here. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So let's get to the list there. The Rode Procaster is already in there. Elgato lights are in there. Sony A6400 copy. That's that one. Nope. No, we don't have a description yet. Copy. URL. Another copy. Sigma lens. That's also that one, but then on top of the camera. Should find a way to oh, that's not right. This one is the short URL. And this one is not a description, but that's the URL. Some people call it URL. That's a Sigma lens. Then the Stream Deck is already in there. Then the Akai APC Mini. That's something with a lot of buttons in there. Copy. Copy. I do the same thing again. It's almost 12 by now. Time to wrap things up. Oh. And I also think it's not nothing special if we do this in the stream. So you do this off stream. No need to bore you to death with adding items in the list. I just want to have a quick check if it's working or not. do think there's an error somewhere, I think, because the formatting is not right. Starts to fail in here. That's my OCD kicking in. I hate if it's not aligned. I'm not sure why my pretty formatter is not working. Oh. There'll be a lot of empty cards like this, but as I said, it's just see if it's working or not. Then we can refactor and add new items in there while we are offline, because it makes no sense to. Why is that not? Oh, there it is. Still not there. Are we close now? Yes. There we are. Build. Run this. This should bring us a lot more information, a lot more items in the list. Let's have test it on the Swagger page. Try it out. That's, yeah, a lot of empty items, but it was to be expected. That's good. Now let's have a look on the website. Gear. Let's take away the break there. There you are. See a lot of empty items because there are no pictures or nothing. At least the link for Sony, for instance, should work. And that's true. Wow, this thing has become much more expensive than I bought it. Oh, did I close the page? Is it not targeting? Is it targeting the same window? Should not do that. Let's check that again. There we are. Gear. So if I just go to my APC Mini, for instance. Oh, it's loading the same page. I want to load this. This is what I have over there. I can use that to switch my screens, sessions, or what is it? Scenes, I should say. And it's only $98. It's a real good benefit. What's the 25 key thing? Oh, they have a keyboard on it. That's fun. Interesting. So I basically use this thing somewhat like, where is it? As a stream deck, but it doesn't have the fancy buttons on there with the screens. This is just, you can give it some colors. I think 3 colors. But you can use it as a MIDI controller, and I use it on my MIDI and my vMix stream software. vmix.com. This is my streaming software. I don't use OBS, but yeah, I once started with vMix, and I stuck to it and continued using that. Okay, so I need to put some content in there, but for now it's working, and it was generating the content in there yet, so I can now go to the where is it? The initializer. So I should add items to the gear list of line, not to get boring streams. It's boring as it is sometimes. It's nothing to do with programming. Also need to fix the, what is this called, the initializer. Fix initializer. Only see if needed. It's a bit similar to the first one, but this one checks if the database is created, and this one checks if the items are in there, and I force it to create it right now. Now I will skip it again. Let's test if this is working, and then committing it. Yeah, a lot of empty cards. I also need to fix the footer thing, where you see on the home page, this will give some space underneath to avoid the footer. Well, at least there's some things in there that are already working. Maybe put the title on top. Like the card header. But at least it's making some progress. Good, that works. So let's build that. Go to commit. Go to into changes. Added gear list. Including database API. And also need to fix a lot of things on that part, because it's now just listing the items in the gear page. There are not too many, like 18 items I think right now from the top of my head, so that's not that thrilling. But that also needs to be optimized. Commit all and sync. Let's once build it in release. Let's see if it's building in release as well. Let's commit and sync. Also, I need to stop doing edits on the master, creating branches. I should create branches first, and then committing the branch and submit that to master or to main. Some people prefer to use main instead of master. That's something that we see much more these days. I think GitHub by default creates main branches now, not so much master branches. I think it's also submitted. So let's go to GitHub then. GitHub. Let's go into my profile. I'll just go to projects. I think this is the website. That's this project. Clean up .NET Core versions. Add new tag to running videos. Add security. A lot of things there on my list. Now let's bring all of these items in. Copy. Plus. Would be nice if you could do some tagging in there. Like gear, data, and then copy. Same thing, gear page. Reset seed. Cards code behind. I hope I can remember what it was when I look at this some other stream date. Refactor URL versus URL casing is incorrect. Add items to the gear list to seed. Fix initializer. And also add gear items, CRUD options, create, read, update and delete options. So my list is growing and growing and growing. Instead of solving things, the list is only getting bigger. But each time we look at the website, we think of new features. Well, we just save this in GitHub, so we can delete that. We put this one back to debug for the next time. Go back to GitHub again. I should not have closed that. Download page for the images can go. Back into the project. No, not the project. I want to go into the repo itself to see if the action's finished. Add a gear list, including database. So let's see if it's also working online, because that's a challenge. www.softsinsoftware.com. Oh, that's not right. Huh? Okay. It's not allowing to get access to the API, is it? Oh. Did it finish the API yet? So what we see over here is that the CO, the course option is failing. This one, access to fetch software API as your website's YouTube playlist videos from origin software.com has been blocked by course policy. No access control allow origin header is presented on the requested resource. If an opaque response serves your needs, set the request mode to no course to fetch the resources with course disabled. So this one is failing. I thought the course was in programs here. Allow origin, that's added. So why is that not allowed? Anymore? Copy. That's a challenge. It's not JavaScript. So did I change the option to allow all? Let's change, see what's the difference in versions there. Code. Software, API, programs. Extensions. Program there. This did not change. That's interesting because this part did not change. Allow any origin. Add course. That did not change. These are the only references. I think this is changed. That's too much coincidence. That's February 18. Let's look for, where is it? Here. Copy. Chromium-based access to fetch course as your website's delete from origin has blocked, doesn't pass. What did we use? It's not allowing this one. Did we put something in between there? I don't think so. Let's have a look here. There's course. This is changed. If environment is development, use Swagger. The Swagger thing changed. It's also 18 February. Oh, allow any origin affects pre-flight requests and the access control allow origin header. set is origin allowed to allow wildcard subdomain. Set is allowed something property. Looks like it's no longer allowed. If the response doesn't include access control allow origin header, the cross origin will fail. Access control allow origin. That's what was mentioned here, is it? See, this is missing. Present on the requested resource. Copy. To allow specific headers, call with headers. My allow headers policy. Add policy, my allow headers policy. Let's put it aside. Security is always a challenge. Add policy allow origin. Allow any header. Copy. And let's find this. Google. Trying to send a request from Blazor to client server, keep getting error, something blah blah blah. policy. Specify your policy name in the middleware. Policy name with origins. Use course, allow any header. Allow any header. This is kind of nasty, but let's have a look. Just to make it work today. Builder, services, add course, options, add policy, dev course policy, to do fix for production. Where's the code there? Then use this one. with origins. So let's see if this works. There. Let's see if this runs local. It's getting late already. Not what I had in mind. Especially because I'm streaming tomorrow again. Locally it works. Now let's see what happens if we go into the answer here. Disabling course is telling disable security, very bad answer, especially when the correct way to do this is to use with origins and the list of allowed origins, policy within with origin. Like this. So if we change it to configure servers, start up at the following code, servers add controllers. Let's have a look at this. Because the API is on, I don't know. Let's have a look at this. Services at course, that would be builder. Services add course options. Add default policy, builder, localhost, and then the port. And then the other one, let's go in here. Software is in software. Let's fail that. Yeah, that's good. Find the right from origin, this one. Copy. Go back to the instructions there. Comma, so it's comma delimited. Why is it now failing? It's not failing. Just took some time to reload apparently. Let's run this to see the right port number on localhost. Can also look it up, but gear list Try it out. Execute. Localhost 7067. We should do that in dev, like this. $5,001. Where is it? $5,001. Close this. Here. This one. So we should fix this by equals to copy. This should be only done in development, I think. And else. This one. Like this. Build. Let's run this. See if it works locally. Oh, that's not working. Okay, that's not allowed after the application is built. Yeah, that's this one, but for the development environment we need that. Okay. So we need to bring back this to here. Oh, what happened? And then bring back this one. Then we remove that from here again. We already removed that, but now we can also remove that. And then we can bring back this one because we only use that once. Okay, let's build. Build succeeded. Let's run it. That works again. That works. Okay, let's check this in. So we changed over the allow origin, allow any origin to with origins, and allow any method, any header, and change the use course to the default one. Let's see if that's fixing it for production. Fixing course. Oh, well. Let's commit and sync and push. Go back to GitHub and see the progress. Actions. I wonder if I also deploy the database. Do not copy. That should copy it. cookies for now. Project. Properties. Because I think it will now build it, but it won't deploy the database, I think. Modify startup, deploy SQLite, connection string. Because now I think it's now deployed, but the website is deployed, but I don't think it will work with the database. Software in software. Oh, there you go. It's still failing on the same thing. Is it? Syntax error. Control F5. Why is it not working? Software in software. No, that's the wrong one. Oh. to restart the service. That's this one now, this one, or the API, yeah, maybe. API, restart, yes. So restart this one. I'm not sure why this is failing. This one will also fail because the database is not there. I think there is an exception going on here somewhere. While getting this one. I think this is failing. Then everything else is skipped. Maybe. Okay, I think we need to roll this back. Let's have a look at the program there. View history. This one still works, so if I bring this one in, let's compare it. Adding entity framework. connection string, SQLite, gen. Pretty sure it's related to the database, and let's try to fix it for now. By going into program, then we have to disable this one. And the context, I think everything else should be good. So now it's nothing enabled there. So then we need to go to the gear page. Navigation. We have to disable the gear page for now. Gear there. Save. Let's build this and see if it's working locally. While we're waiting, please subscribe, hit the follow button if you want to know how this ends, or more important, how we fix this in the next stream. Why is this doing nothing? Oops. Okay, yeah, the gear list, yeah, it should be disabled as well. Stop this show and rerun. F5. Let's try that again. What? Puppeteer? What am I doing with Puppeteer? I'm doing nothing with Puppeteer. I think. Let's close all of this. Let's try again. Build. Run it. Loading. Yeah, that's working. We lost the gear page. Let's try this in production. Temporary removed gear page as it failed to load after deployment. Azure will fix the next stream. Commit all async. This is actually real bad practice by checking in information that's not working. Actions. Okay, remove this one. And this one that did not work. This one did not work. And this one did not work. Very productive. Wait for it to finish. It's already 1 AM. I need to get up at 6. Bad luck, bad luck. We'll be very sleepy in the morning, I think. Let's close some windows already on the other screen. Come on, build it. Ooh, that failed as well. Come on, give me some green light. Build and deploy. This took 3 minutes. Should be almost finished then. This is almost there. I think this is the slowest deployment that we have seen before. It's all 1 minute, 3 minutes. This one finished. There it goes. Build the web. Publish artifacts, almost there. Post run. I think it's finishing. And we have all green. Soft testing software. Oh. That's in software. Yes, now it's working again, but not for the gear, obviously, because I removed that from the memory. So the issue is probably related to deploying the database, a SQLite database that did not happen, and then the connection string is unable to connect. So yeah, that's too bad. But at least we have a working website again with all these things in the background. If I go to gear, that will probably fail. Loading. We'll just stick to loading, I think. Yeah, so it is in there, but it's yeah, you can only go there by hitting the gear option in the URL. Good. So far all good. Everything's checked in. Let's close this down and go to the main screen. Okay, well, we check your encoder setting. Keyframe interval 2526 recommended 2. Okay. I think it's still working. We do have a stream on Twitch and also on, I think, on YouTube as well. Is everyone seeing me on YouTube? Yeah, I think that's still working. Good. Okay, we added the gear database and the seed option. Working locally, they did not work after deployment. So we need to fix that. I will be back tomorrow. Probably not working on the website, but doing Office add-in development. The website will be back next Tuesday. My stream of Thursday is cancelled. That will be pulled forward to Wednesday. That's tomorrow, or for me it's already today, later on today. So everyone, thanks for watching, and if you have time left, please follow on YouTube, subscribe on YouTube, or follow on Twitch. Thanks for watching, and see you next time.